Okay, so very good morning.
Good morning,
Good
sir.
morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Let me share my screen. Okay. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Sir.
Okay, so now let's explore one more concept in React.js that is very useful in any real-time application. So as of now, we are going to start a concept that is Redux. Okay, that is again very important feature related to the React.js library. Okay, so now let's see that what actually is a Redux and why we are going to use this Redux tool. As we all know that inside any component, whether it is a function component or it may be a class component, we are having a state. Okay, and there may be one parent component and one child component. Like in earlier example, what we have seen that we are having one component like top headlines. Okay, we are having one component which is top headlines, and this top headlines is having a child component that was news article. Okay, so we are having these two components, one is top headlines and one is the news article. So this top headline component was a parent component and this news article was a child component. So we have given some data from the parent component to the child component. So inside a parent component where we are having that data, we are having that data in the state, right? So we have fetched the we have fetched all the articles from that news api.org and we have assigned the data to the state.
काय झालं मलाच कावलं काय कावलं घरी कशाला सांगतेस त्यासनी कशाला
Please turn off your mic.
त्याला वेळ मारून द्यायचा असते त्याला रडायचं काय संबंध आहे तो हे कसं असतंय 2 दिवस वेळ मारून सगळ्यांचं न्यायचं असतं शिवानी
Shivani, please turn off your mic.
तुला पण नाही, म्हणून मी त्याला कावलो केला का तुला फोन काय म्हणला मला म्हणलं आलाय तस
Emal, your host, your turn. Sean is turn off.
हॅलो
Okay. So we have seen that we are having a parent component like top headlines and one is the news article. So top headlines was a parent component and news article was a child component. And we have given some data from parent to the child component. So how we have passed that data? So your parent component will hold some data inside the state and that state data will be passed on to this child component. Okay, so how we are passing that data from parent component to the child component? So first of all, that data in the parent component will be assigned into the state of the parent component only, and that child component will receive that data using the props. Okay, we are doing this functionality. So inside news article, we are just passing one props with the name article. Like we are displaying this news article and with a prop that is supposed to be article, and we are just passing a state into the prop, like this dot state dot articles. Okay, so we are doing such kind of thing in order to pass the data from parent to the child. So this means whenever there is some data in a parent component in a state, if you want to pass that data to the child component, you need to access the props. Okay, so inside the prop, you can pass the data, and in the child component, if you want to get that data, we will make use of props like this dot props dot and any type of key you will be having. Okay, so this will be the thing if you want to pass the data from your parent to the child component. But what will happen, let's say in this example, we are having only a single parent, only a single child. But whenever you are working on any real-time application, there may be a case where suppose you are having 10 to 20 components in hierarchy. That may be a case, okay, where suppose for an example, we are having a component which is named A. Inside A component, we are having a child component B. And for B component, we are having a child component C. C is having a child component D, and let's say D is having a child component E. Okay, that may be a case. Okay, I have taken just a dummy example, right? That we are having these hierarchies in an application where we are having component A. Inside that component A, we have displayed this component B. So B is a child of A. So inside component B, we have displayed component C. Inside C, we are having D, and inside D, we are having component E. Are you able to get this hierarchy?
Multi-level inheritance, like
Yes.
chaining of.
Yes, it is like multi-level inheritance. Like in this top headlines and the news article, we are having like a single level inheritance. Okay, if we consider it as a inheritance. Okay, so top headlines is a parent, and that child component is news article. So why I am referring this top headlines as parent and news article as child? Because inside top headlines we have rendered the news article. Okay, so that's why top headlines is being referred as parent and the news article as a child. This means top headlines was a container and this news article was a contained component. Okay, so this is your container and this is your contained. So this component A is containing component B. Okay, this means B is a contained component. For example, we are having one class component like A. So class A extends component. Okay, and now inside this class A component, we will have a render function. Okay, and that render function will display that component B like this. So return, and inside this component A, we are just rendering the component B. It's a return, and we must have a B component like this. Okay, so that's why I'm referring A as a parent component. So A is acting as a container, and this B component is acting as a contained component inside A. Okay, so that's why I'm referring B as a contained, let's say as a child component, and A as a parent component.
Sir,
Now this same, yes.
can you just write this thing after the B, like component content or component?
Yes, yes, yes. I'm going to create a class for B also, for C, D, and E also in this example. Okay. So,
Okay.
yeah. So if you are displaying this component B, then this means what? There must be a component which is defined for the B. So for A component, we will have a file like a.js. And for the B component, we will have a class, a file like b.js, and it may be your class component or it may be a function component. Okay, so for this I'm creating a class component. So there must be a class b which is representing your b component, and this b component is containing your c component. So this is going to be the hierarchy. So are you able to understand this mechanism, what is happening?
Yes,
What is the C, sir?
Yes.
What you said?
Yes. Your voice is breaking. Can you please repeat?
sir, in
What
this
we
case,
say?
B is container and C is contain.
Yes. C, just a second. C will also become a container for the D component. Let me
Yes.
create that file. So for the C component, we will have a file like c.js, and again we will have a component like class C, and that C component will have a child component like D. And for this D component, we will have a file d.js, and we will have a class D, and that will be a container or a parent of the component E. Okay, so can you see this hierarchy?
So basically, we are re-rendering now components.
No, we are not re-rendering the components. We are just making them dependent on each other. Like we have done in top headlines and news article. What we are doing in this? Are we rendering a news article inside top headlines? Yes or no?
Yes.
Have you implemented this application by yourself?
Hmm.
See, let me open that source code.
We did it in news, right?
Sir, A is container and B is contained. Likewise,
Yeah.
B is container and C is contained. Is
Yes,
it
B is contained and C is contained.
okay?
We have done this same thing in last session. Like you can
Or
see,
like A is container or B, C, D is contained.
yes, but
Uh,
there is no direct relation between A and C. There is
okay,
B component in between them. So
okay,
A
okay,
will render B and B will render C, C will render D. That's the hierarchy.
okay.
Like we are doing the same thing. Like we are having one component top headlines, and one is the news article. What we are doing with them, is there any relation between these two components?
Yes,
Yes.
What kind of relation?
Parent child.
parent and child.
Who is parent?
Top
Top
headline.
Top
headlines.
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 Top headlines was a parent and news article
And
was a
new art
child.
Yes.
Child.
So let's open this file, and
Okay. In meantime,
inside
sir,
this, yes, what?
can you ask just yeah, related to that one only? If we are rendering that P component, the child component, which is rendered like some data to a parent A, then a render method of C, D, and E will also be called.
No, that render function will only be called whenever you are displaying that component. If you are not displaying that component, then its render function will not be called. For example, if I'm not displaying this B component, then why the render of B will be called?
No, we are displaying. We are displaying it in A. Okay,
Yes.
so at that time,
Hmm.
B containing the B contain the data of like that is given by C, and C contain the data of the data given by D, rendered by D. So
This
when
means
the
you are doing this opposite thing. You are giving data from child to parent.
no, B renders some data to A, right?
No. See, data is not being rendered. Your HTML is being rendered.
Yes, I
You
meant to
are
say that
using
same.
incorrect terms. Data
Okay,
is
sir.
something which is there inside prop or which is there inside state. Okay, so this
Yes,
means
sir.
inside component A, we are displaying component B.
Mhm.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
I just want to ask that does that in the on change event does the control every time goes to the render? If my on change event happen like word have 10 characters, then it will go to the 10 times to the render. Does it happen or not?
Yes, it is going to happen if you are manipulating state. There is one condition. If on change event is changing that state, then your render will be called again. If your
So,
on change is not manipulating the state, then your render will not be called.
okay, so the state changes matter. Not
Why? Why
uh,
this render function will be called again and again? Due to on change or due
state
to the state change?
state change.
Yes, due to state change only. So if there is a state change onto any event, your render will be called again, whether it is on change or on submit or anything.
Same that does did mount have any relation with the state change or it has to go
Yes,
to the render?
if dead mount is changing your state, then again render will be executed.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have done this thing in earlier news application also. Like we are having this top headlines component, and you can see inside this top headline component, we are displaying or rendering this news article component. So news article is what? A child component, and this top headlines will be considered as a parent. Again, this heading will be what?
Parent. Parent.
Heading is what?
Parent.
Parent or child?
Parent.
Child.
Child of headlines.
Yes.
Child.
Heading will become a child of which component?
Top headlines.
Top headlines.
Top
And
headlines component. Okay. So the same thing I'm discussing over here. With the example, like we are having a component A, and inside component A, we are displaying the component B. And inside component B, we are displaying the component C. Like in this same example also, like for example, we are having this top headlines. The top headlines. This top headlines is having a child component news article, and this news article is rendering one call component. See this news article component. In this news article component, this news article is a parent, and this call will become what?
Child of news.
child.
Will become a child component. So what exactly is the meaning of child and parent? The container will be a parent, and contained component will be a child. Okay. So you can see,
Card is also child.
yes, then card will become a child of call. Okay. And this card dot body will become a child of card. Okay. So this is going to be a hierarchy, like we have seen A, B, C, D, E, right? So this top headlines is rendering news article is rendering call, and call is rendering card. This means this is going to be the hierarchy. Is there any direct relation between top headlines and this call?
No.
There is one intermediate component is there, which is news article. Okay. So likewise, we are having these 5 components: A, B, C, D, and E. So we have created this component A. So inside this component A, we are displaying this component B. And inside this component B, we are displaying component C. And C is displaying D, and D is displaying E. And again, we will have a file like e.js that will contain your component E. And let's say inside E component, we are having some HTML elements like H1 element or any HTML element you want. Okay. So it should be like that. So have you understood this component hierarchy?
Yes, sir.
Now, what will happen what we have to do, if we have to pass some data from component A to component E, what you have to do? So that data for the component A is inside the state. Let's say if this component A is having one state, constructor, and inside the constructor we are having a state like this dot state will be an object, and inside that object we are having one state like any random property like id is 101, and let's say one, again we are having a state like name equal to Arun. Okay, we are having these two states id and name, and we want to pass this data to the last component E. There is one requirement. Okay, we want to pass the data of A state into the E component. How we can do this? Is
Props.
there some direct relation between A and E?
No.
No.
Now suppose if we want to pass some data from A to B, what you will do?
By using props.
A props. Yes.
Props.
So A will pass the state data into the props of the B. Yes or no?
Hmm.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
And if we want to pass the data to the C, then what you will do?
Props C.
Again
Yes.
props.
Again, you need some props to pass the data to the C. Then again, C will pass that data to the D, and D will pass the data into the props of E. So that's how you will have to pass the data from A component to the last E component using the props. Okay, so this means if that card needs some data, this means that data is available in top headlines. So we will pass that data into the props of news article, and news article will pass that data into the prop of call, and this call will pass that data into the props of card, right? So this will happen if you are having such kind of components hierarchy. If you are having such kind of component hierarchy, if you want to pass that data from first component, let's say up to the last component, then you have to make use of prop, and prop should be passed in every component. Now what if you are having 20 components in the hierarchy? This may happen or not.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Big
Yes.
alerts.
this may happen whenever you are having, let's say, 20 components. What will happen then?
We have to props for 20 times.
20 times.
Exactly. So from first component, you have to pass the props into the second. Second will pass the props to the third, and the same thing will be passed up to the last 20th component. So is it going to be the good practice?
No, never.
No.
Exactly. So if we want to improve this mechanism, if we want to pass some data from let's say A component to the last component, or to any component, that data is inside the state of a component. So we are going to use a tool to simplify this thing, which is Redux. Okay, so we will use Redux in order to address this problem. Okay, so which problem we are addressing? We need to pass some data from a parent component to the child component. And if you don't want to make use of props, because that will be more confusing, that will be more hectic to implement. Whenever the component hierarchy going to be increased, then at the same time, your code base will also increase. So now if you want to pass some data of the state which is inside component A to any of the component, we will make use of the Redux library. Okay, so Redux is being introduced to solve this problem. And again, this Redux is not the official implementation of the React.js. Okay, this is again a third-party library which was implemented to address this issue in the React.js. Okay, so why we are going to use this Redux? Let me write this point. So basically, what we can say about this Redux, that Redux is a state management Redux is a state management tool, or you can consider it as state management library. Okay, for the React JS. So basically, this Redux is going to be a state management tool or state management library for the React JS. So at which situation we are going to use this Redux? When we want to pass some data from parent to any nth child. Okay, when we want to pass some data from parent to nth child, then by default we may pass that data into the props of every child in the hierarchy. So that will be the thing if you want to pass some data from parent to the nth child. Okay, then by default we may pass that data into the props of every child in the hierarchy. But that will be a bad practice. Okay, but so if we want to simplify this thing, so Redux will be used. So Redux is going to address the above issue. Okay, so inside any React JS component or inside any React JS application, if you are going to use the state kind of thing, then it is never recommended to go with the usual approach. Okay, in any real-time application, you will always be using this Redux in order to manage your state of any component. Okay, so as of now, we are not going to write our own state like this dot state or like use state. Okay, so we will always make use of Redux. So because using Redux, we will have a flexibility to pass the data to any nth child. Okay, so internally it will be doing that same thing. Okay, internally your mechanism will be like the same, but at the top level you are not going to write that all the code by yourself. Okay, so we have to change our state management mechanism. Okay, so as of now we are going to totally change our state management, which is being provided by this React Redux. Okay, so basically this Redux was not an implementation of exclusive for the React only. Okay, so Redux was a separate library which was not the official release of React.js. Okay, so don't think that Redux has been developed by the React.js people. No, so Redux was a separate library. Like we have used this Axios. So again, this Axios was not a official library of this React.js. Okay, it was a separate tool. You can use this independently. Okay, so that's how Redux is also separate third party library which we are going to use in order to manage our state. So in any real-time application you will always use this Redux. In any organization, if you are getting placed, then they will always use this Redux. This Redux is being used in every application. Okay, so Redux has become a standard of the industry. If suppose you are working on React application, then by default it is understood then that we have to go with Redux in order to manage our state. Okay, so the Redux has become a standard. Okay, so Redux has become a standard to manage the states. Okay, so this is the thing which we have to remember. Okay, so we have to learn the mechanism of the Redux, that what are the steps and how we are going to manage our state using the Redux. So all of you understood this, what we are going to do?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So first of all, we will implement this Redux mechanism into a very basic dummy application. Okay, then we will apply this redux into that same news application and into that weather application. Okay, so first of all, we have to understand the mechanism of Redux, the internal working of Redux. So if you want to work with Redux, then you have to be familiar with few technical terms. Okay, so if we want to work with Redux, we want to work with Redux, then there are few technical terms. Okay, so what technical terms we have to become familiar with? So one term that we are going to use in terms of Redux is the action, and one thing which is there, reducer, and another thing will be there, which is the store. Okay, so this is the idea, this is the technical terms which we are going to use in order to work with Redux: action, reducer, and store. So first of all, let's understand the mechanism of Redux. So what Redux has done, instead of maintaining any state inside a component, as of now, what we are doing, if you are having a component A, then we are storing the data exclusively only inside the state of A. Yes or no? If you want to fetch some data, where you are storing that data?
In A.
In A.
Yes,
A.
inside
Array.
Single
A
class.
component only.
Yes.
Likewise, we have seen inside top headlines, we are having a state that is containing top headlines, and inside that state only we are assigning some data. Okay, so as of now, what we have seen for a usual approach is, whenever you are having a component and if you want to store that data, so the data will be stored exclusively inside that component only. So if there is some data for A, that will be stored inside A component state. If there is some data for the component B, that will be stored inside the component B state. If you are having component C, so if there is some data for the C, so C will store that data into the state of the C only. Okay, so that's how a usual approach is going to work. But what Redux has done, so instead of assigning each and every component individual state, so Redux is going to create a single store. Only a single source of truth will be there. So instead of assigning the state into each and every different component, okay, so we will have a single store. So instead of, let me write a point in Redux, instead of creating states in individual component. Okay, so instead of creating states in individual component, we will create a single store. We will create a single store. Now what will happen? Let's understand this mechanism with the help of a diagram. So this box is representing your entire React application, and inside that React application, we are having one component A, another we are having component B, and we are having this component C, and at last we are having this component D. Let me write the name of components like component A, and this is going to be your component B, and this will be your component C, and this will be your component D. And there is some relation in between them. Okay, this means A is rendering B. This means this B is being displayed inside A, C inside B, and D inside C. There is some relationship between them. Let me draw that relationship diagram. Okay, so D is being displayed inside the C component. This means D will become child of the C. Okay, then C will become child of B, and B is a child of A. Okay. Now, if there is some data inside the state of A, then we are passing that data using prop into the B, and B will pass the data into the props of C, and C will pass that data into the props of D. Okay, this will happen in any usual approach. So what a Redux people has done, so instead of assigning the state directly inside a native component, what Redux people has done, they have just implemented a single store. Okay, so that is going to be your store. So I'm naming this thing as a Redux store. So if there is some data which needs to be assigned for the component A, then it is never recommended to assign it into the local state of A. So what we have to do? So instead of, let's say in component A, we are fetching all the top headlines. So all those top headlines, we are not required to assign in the state of A. So instead of assigning those all the top headlines in the state of A, where we will store that data?
Store.
Yes,
Redux store.
exactly. Store that data into the Redux store. So store all the states, store all the states here only. Okay, so if we want to store some data, like if you have fetched one data, all the news you have fetched, and so you are required to fetch. Okay, so you are required to store that data into this Redux store. Now just try to answer, if component D required that data, then now is it necessary that we have to pass the data into the props of B, C, and D?
No, sir. No.
No,
No,
We
sir.
have take from
We
Redux
directly
store.
taken from Redux store.
Yes.
exactly. That's the idea
Hello.
behind the Redux. Okay. So if any nth child wants to fetch that data, want to get that data, then instead of passing the prop, we will make use of this Redux store. Okay, so that will be the basic idea behind the Redux library. So instead of assigning the state of any individual component, we will create a single store. So what will be the advantage? So now if nth child wants that data, so that will be taken from the store. Okay, and we are no longer required, we are no longer required to pass that data into the props. Okay, so that is the thing which we have to implement in the Redux. So we are exploring these technical terms, which is action, reducer, and the store. So so among these three things, we have discussed about the store. So this store is used to contain the state data. Okay, so this is used to contain the state data, and we can also manipulate the state data, we can also change the state data. Now just try to understand the mechanism, that how we are going to change, or how we are going to make use of Redux using the store mechanism. So there are three terms among which we have explored this store, which is going to contain your state data.
Sir,
But there is one more thing. Yes.
can you just show the figure diagram?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So now we have to understand that what is action, and we have to understand that what is reducer. Then we will understand the working of each of the component of Redux. You can also think of these things as a three major components of the Redux, okay, or the three building blocks of a redux life cycle. Okay, so let me write one point here. So above three terms can be considered as the basic building blocks of the redux mechanism. Okay, so above three terms can be considered as the basic building blocks or the flow of work in the redux. So what is action? So by reading its name, what idea you are getting? What is action?
You can modify any state.
We have to perform any action on that.
Yes, action is going to represent any work which you want to perform. Let's say we are having a component. We are having one component in like a scoreboard. Okay, let's take an example of scoreboard. Okay, we are having a scoreboard in which we are displaying one score as initial value 0. Okay, and below it we are having a plus button, and we are having one minus button. Okay, so there is some negative marking also. Okay, so if we want to increase the score, then we have to click on this plus, and if we want to decrease the score, then we have to click on this minus. Now, what will happen on the click event of this plus? Is there some action or not?
Yes.
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 State will change. Will become 1.
What kind of action we are having on the plus, like increment?
Yes.
And on the minus button, we are having one
Decrement.
action, that is decrement. So action, so inside Redux, if you are having any work or any operation, that will be considered as an action. Okay, so whenever you are building any application, then this means you are going to perform some operations. Either you want to fetch the data, either you want to store that data, or if you want to delete or update that data, there may be lots of operations, and every operation is going to have a name, and that operation will be represented by this action. So according to Redux, this action is an object. Okay, this action is an object, is just an object which represents the name of the work or the name of the operation which has to be performed, See, in starting you may find it a bit confusing to implement this Redux, but with practice you will have a better idea that how this action is going to work, how this reducer is going to work. But initially you have to accept that yes, we have to use this action, that yes, we have to use this reducer. Okay, these three things are being existing inside Redux, and you have to accept them as it is. Okay, so first of all, this action is just an object, okay, which represents the name of work or the name of operation which has to be performed. For example, for this a specific scoreboard application, we are having two actions. One action will be increment and one action will be decrement. So action will not execute any logic, okay? So action will not execute any logic. It will just only represent the name of the work or the name of the operation which you are going to perform. Okay, so you have to remember this thing, that action is only representing the name of work, not containing, it is not containing the logical work. It is not containing the logical operations. So this means logic has to be written somewhere else, right? So this action will represent just the name of that work or name of that action which has to be taken. Okay, it will not contain any logical operation. Like we are having two operations, increment and decrement. Okay, so what action will represent? Only the name of these operations, like increment and decrement. You just have to mention this name, like increment, there is going to be one action, and decrement, this is one another action. Okay, just don't think that we will write code like plus plus, or we will write code minus minus in the action. No, this action will only contain the name of that work or the name of that operation. How that thing will be achieved using action? So that action is just an object. So if action is an object, so this means in JavaScript, how we create an object using a JSON. So that action object will have a key with the type. Okay, that key will have a name type, and that type will contain the name of that action. Okay, so like I'm creating one action name like increment, and again there is going to be one action. For that action we have to create an object with a key type, and again that will going to have a name like decrement. Okay, so action is just, you can say, is representing your name of the operation. Okay, it is not containing any logical code like plus plus or minus minus or any logic. It may be if you are having any loop or any iterations or any condition based operation. So we are not required to write that operation inside the action. So this action will only and only represent your name of the work. Okay. So how we are going to practically create an action? So we have seen that action is an object. So if we want to create an action, you have to create an object, and that object will have a key type. So every action will look like this. Okay. So your every action will look like this. That will have an object, and that object will have a type, and that type will have a value or a name for that particular action. Is it clear to all of you?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Oh, but can you repeat this type and increment? Type is object, na?
Type is a key. Do you know
Yeah,
JSON
yeah, sorry,
object?
sorry. Yeah, sir, got it.
Yeah. It is always recommended to use uppercase just to highlight them, just to differentiate with them rest of the code. But if you write them in lowercase, then it is also fine. It is not the rule that you will always write them in uppercase. Okay, but it is recommended. In any application you will find all the action to be in uppercase, because these actions are to be highlighted. Okay, as a for any developer. Okay, these are not just your string value. There is some internal use of them. Okay, just to highlight them, just to highlight for any developer, we are just using uppercase notation. Okay, but it is never uh, the rule that you have to write in uppercase only. You can, you want, if you want, you can write in lowercase also. Okay. But we have to follow some naming convention. Okay, so the naming convention which is given to the action is to write all the entire name into the uppercase. That is the naming convention, not the rule. So now let's discuss about the reducer. So reducer is going to be the important thing inside your Redux. So this reducer will contain the logical part. Okay. So this reducer will contain. So this means, first of all, reducer is a function. This means if reducer is a function, then this means what? We have to execute some logic based on the action. Okay. See, this reducer will not be executed by its own. If you want to execute a reducer, then you have to fire an action. So upon any action, this reducer will be executed. Okay. There is a direct relation between action and reducer. If reducer is a function, then you are not supposed to call that function by your own. Okay. Again, if you are manually calling any reducer function, then it will not be executed. Okay, it will be executed only if and only if when an action has been fired. Okay, So basically reducer is a function that will be executing some logics. Okay, that will be executing some logics depending on the action or based on the action. So this means reducer will only work for the action. So we are not supposed to directly call this reducer function. So who will call this reducer function? Action will be fired, and at the same time, based on the action fired, this reducer will take place. Okay. So this means the reducer function will be executed when certain action has been fired. Okay, so when certain action has been fired, so at that same time your reducer function will be executed. So this means if you want to a reducer do some things for you. Okay, so first of all you have to fire an action, and at the next moment the matching reducer will be executed, and your reducer will manipulate the store. Okay, so this means your reducer will have an access to your action and to your store. Okay, so inside this reducer we can change the store or we can manipulate the store. So reducer can change the value of the state inside the store. So this means reducer will have access to both of the things, action and the store, action and the state. So this means I may write a point here, like reducer is having access to action and the state. Okay, so for this scoreboard application, uh, whenever some user is going to hit this plus button, what we have to do? We have to fire an action. Okay, we have to fire an action that will be your increment, and onto that action some reducer function will be executed, and that reducer function will increase the value of state inside the store. Okay, so this will be your mechanism. Okay, for this redux thing. So reducer is having access to action and the state. Okay, so if you want to write some logics based on your action, then you have to write that thing inside the reducer. Okay, so this is the way in which you have to work: action, reducer, and store. Now whenever some user is going to click this minus button, so you are no longer required to directly decrease the value. So on this minus button click event, we will dispatch or we will fire an action, that is decrement. And when any action has been dispatched or when any action has been fired, so at that same moment the suitable reducer will be executed, and that reducer will manipulate the value of the state inside the store. Okay, so there is some direct relation between action, reducer, and store. Okay, without each of them they are nothing. Okay, they will work always in this step by step manner. Okay, so if there is an action, then there will always be a reducer. If there is a reducer, then this means that reducer is definitely going to have an action. Okay, because a reducer will be executed only for a certain action. Okay, so whenever an action has been performed, the reducer will be executed, and that reducer will manipulate your store. So in any component, if we want to get that data, we will make use of the store. Okay, so that store will be fetching the updated state value from the reducer, and it will give your value. Okay, so this whole mechanism works like this: action, reducer, and store. Okay, so all of you understood this mechanism?
Means the sir, when the action is performed, then the reducer function will get executed, and that executed function data is stored in the Store.
Yes, that reducer function will read the state value from the store and it will update that value.
Okay.
Okay. So this is going to be your mechanism in the Redux library. So we have to change this entire mechanism. Okay. So we are no longer required to maintain a local state. Instead of that, we will make use of store, action, and the reducer. So inside any React application, along with our components, we have to create these things. One will be your action, one will be the reducer, and one will be the store. Okay, so in any real-time React application, you will see these three things also. There will be some files which are related to the actions. There will be some files related to the reducer, and there are some file which is related to the store. Okay, you will always find these three type of things inside any React application. If you are working with any real-time application, okay, they will definitely going to use this Redux mechanism. Okay. So now, can you just answer that how many actions we can have inside an application? One or many?
Multiple.
Yes, we can have
Multiple.
many actions. What about reducer?
One.
One action.
Only one action.
No, what about reducer? How many reducers we can have?
Inside
many.
one function.
Inside one function.
According to the
Only a
suitable
For one
single
action,
reducer.
one reducer.
to the action.
So this means if you are having multiple actions, then how many reducers you will be having?
Multiple.
Yes,
Multiple reducers.
multiple reducers. But what about store?
Only one
Store
store.
will be one.
Storing all the
It will
values.
be only one.
So this means
Only
inside
one.
any project, so this means inside any project, we have to create a single file for the store and we have to create a folder for action and the reducer. Yes or no? Are you getting my point?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you are having multiple actions, then it is never recommended to have all the actions in a single file. Okay. We have to separate each type of action. So if you are having multiple actions, then this means you have to create a folder for them. Again, if you are having multiple reducers, then you have to create a folder and that folder will contain your all the reducers and your store will be represented using a single file because there is only because there will be only a single store inside any application. Okay, so let's create this functionality inside a React project. Okay, so let's create a new React application, like create React app, and then just write the name of that application. So npx create React app, and I'm naming that application as, for example, Redux demo. Let's wait for it to complete its installation. Okay. So we are done with creating this Redux demo project. Let me open this in VS Code. Okay, so inside this SRC folder, we are having this app component, and let's do one thing. Let's define that scoreboard into this app component. So for this app component, first of all, I will have a empty code fragment. Then inside this, I will have one h1 element, and inside this h1, we have to display that score. So initially, that score will be 0. As of now, I'm writing this hard-coded value, but when we are implementing the Redux, we have to write the state value. Okay, we have to get the 0 from the initial state from the store, and we will write that value. Okay, but as of now, I'm writing this hard-coded value 0. And at the time, then when we will implement that store, we will replace this 0 with a dynamic value. Okay. So let me create this input type equal to button, just to have a button. So type equal to button, and the value should be like plus. Okay, just to increase the score, I will use the value which is plus. Okay, then again we are going to have a button. So this button will again have a type button, and value will be like minus. So when any user is going to click on plus, okay, so when any user is going to click on plus, we have to increase the score, and when someone is going to click on this minus, we have to decrease the score. And let's run this application. Let me remove that import statements from it, and now let's run this application. So now to run this application, we need to execute one command, that is npm start. So as of now, I haven't implemented the Redux, and I haven't stored any external dependency. I have just implemented this simple user interface only. Okay, so you can see we are having this kind of layout in which we are having this plus button and we are having this minus button. Okay, so we have to implement this scoreboard. Now it's time to get started with the Redux thing. So first of all, we have to store, first of all, we have to install the Redux dependency into our React application. So actually, what dependencies do we need? So let me write the name of the dependencies which we are in need of. Okay, so what are the dependencies for Redux? First of all, we need to install the Redux library, which is the third party, and the React people has implemented the Redux in order to integrate it with the React. Like we have seen for the Bootstrap, we have first installed the Bootstrap, and there is one dependency like React Bootstrap, okay, which is having integration of Bootstrap with the React. So in that same way, we need this Redux, okay, we need this Redux dependency in order to use it, and there is one integration of React with Redux, that is React Redux. So we need to install both of these, Redux and React Redux. So how we are going to install them? So just write npm install Redux and React Redux. Okay, you need to write this thing, npm install redux and react redux, and this will going to install your these dependencies locally. If you haven't specified any -s flag, by default it will be stored locally, but if you want, then you can also write this -s. So let me run this command. Okay, so just hit enter. Okay, so now just check your package.json. So that package.json must have a dependency like Redux and this React Redux. Yes, we are having this. Okay, so we have installed this Redux dependency. Now inside this src folder, we will define some directories. Like one directory will be like actions, and again there is going to be one folder with the name reducers. Okay, so inside this actions folder we are supposed to create all the actions, and inside this reducer we are going to create all the reducers. Okay, and inside this src to uh, to define that store, I'm just creating a single file, that is store.js. Okay, so this is how you have to create the directory structure to work with the Redux. So along with your components folder, you have to create this actions, reducers, and this store.js. So store.js is a file. Actions, for actions and reducers, we will create some folders, and inside this actions folder we will define some action objects. We will create some files for different kind of actions, and this reducer folder will contain lots of files with the functions that are being executing on certain actions. Okay, and reducer will have an access to the store, right? So now let's first of all just define the action. So inside this action folder, I am going to create one file that is going to be like action score actions.js. Okay, so I have created one file that is core actions.js, or you can give any name to this file. Okay, it is not the rule that you will always give this kind of name. Okay, you can give any name based on your suitable logic, like score actions.js I have given. Okay, so now in this file, what we need to define? So we have to create some action object. So how that action object should be created? Yes, what that action object will look like?
JSON.
Yes,
Type.
that action object will be a JSON with a key type, and that will have a value with the name of that action. But instead of directly returning or directly exporting that JSON object, I will define a function, and using that function, I will return that action object. Okay, so I'm writing one function like you can first of all let me define that function like const, and I'm naming that function as increment will be equal to uh, this kind of arrow function. Okay, and from this function I'm returning one action object, and that action object will contain a key type, and it will contain the name of that action like increment. Okay, and we need to export this increment. So I'm writing this export const increment. Okay, so this is an increment action. So let me write this function as increment action. So this increment action is not doing anything, not doing any logical operation. It is just returning an action object. Now again, let's define one another function like const. I'm naming that function as a decrement action, and that decrement action function will again return a JSON object with a key type, and type will be decrement. Okay, so this will be the thing in order to create any action. Okay, let's say if we are having a few more operations like user login, user sign up, or user logout, so we will create a separate file. So we will have a separate file with the name like user actions.js, and that file will contain actions like login, sign up, or logout. Okay, that kind of operations we will have. Okay, and again for that news application we will have few operations, few actions like fetch all news, or like fetch top headlines. Okay, so they are going to be your actions. So we will create a file for that like news actions.js. Okay, so this will be the thing. So increment action and decrement action are the two functions which are returning the action object. Okay. Okay, so is it clear to all of you what I have done inside the action?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
sir.
so
Yes.
whenever if you want to get any action, you just have to call this function decrement action or the increment action. So now it's time to work with the reducer. Just a second. Uh, okay. See, I have some important discussion for 5 minutes. So give me just 5 minutes. I'm again starting the session. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
Sure, sir. Planning निघून घे गौरव.
अरे
तब्येत कशी आहे गौरव आता?
ठीक आहे आता
खूपच आवाज खराब होता रे. झाला का नीट?
खराबच आहे भाई
मधुर झाला
दिवाळीला
होता
बहुत-
मधुर.
Okay. Recording is on. See, if you are going to create any reducer function, then your reducer function will look like this. Okay, how you just have to create a function which is having access to your state and the action. Okay, you have to remember this thing. Every reducer function will have access to the state and the action. So reducer function will have access to the reducer function will have access to what? State and the action. Okay, so if we want to create a reducer function, let me create this function as const score reducer will be equal to arrow function, and that arrow function will have two arguments. This means the reducer function will have access to the state and the action. So first argument is going to be your state from the store, and the second argument will be action. And you are not required to call this function manually. It will be automatically called by your Redux internally. Okay, whenever you are going to dispatch an action, at that same moment, this reducer function will be executed, and it will have access to that state which is already there inside the store, and it will have an access to the action which has been dispatched. Okay, so this action argument will represent your action object, and the state will represent the state which is being accessed, which is being fetched from the state or from the store. Okay, so it is representing that thing, and we need to export this code reducer. So let's export this score reducer, because we need to mention it outside this file. Okay, and how this reducer is going to decide that we need to increase the state or we need to decrease the state, how we are supposed to recognize that thing? Based on the action. Because whenever this reducer will be executed, you are having access to this action object. Okay, if suppose someone has dispatched that increment action. Okay, if someone has dispatched that increment action, so that action object, this means this complete object, will be assigned into this action argument, and based on the action type, you can decide whether to increase the state value or to decrease the state value. Okay, so you need to write a condition onto this action type. Okay, so you can see this action is an object, so I have applied the switch case on action dot type. Action was an object, so action dot type will give you the value of that action. Okay, so let's write the conditions over this. So let's write switch, and our key is going to be action dot type, and one value will be there like case increment, but there is going to be one another case decrement. Okay, there are two statements, there are actually two actions, so that's why I have written two cases and there is one default. But don't you think we are writing this hard coded value as increment and decrement in reducer and in action also? Yes or no? Yes. And there may be a case where by mistake, if there is some by mistake, I have written the small case. If I have forgot about the uppercase convention, if I have mentioned the lowercase, now what will happen? Is this case is supposed to be executed on this increment action?
No, sir.
No.
Right? So what we can do? In order to avoid this thing?
Or function.
Or function? Which function?
In capital
No,
uppercase.
we just have to mention the name in once inside the reducer and once inside the store, or once inside the section. What we can do?
Approximately.
In order to maintain these two things in the same way, so that by mistake or by knowingly or unknowingly, no one can write the lowercase and uppercase.
We can give it a ID.
Assign to a
Yes.
assign to value.
Can
You
assign
can use some constant variables. Yes or no? We can use some constants. So inside this actions folder, or let's say inside this src, let me create one folder whose name is constants. Okay, so I'm having that folder name as constants, and inside this constants, let me create a file as for example action constants dot js. Okay, so I'm creating a constant file. Whose name is action constants.js, and here I'm just exporting like export const and one the variable name which I'm using increment, and that will have a value increment. So again export const decrement will be equal to a variable name that is decrement. Okay, so increment and decrement. Okay, so these are the constants which I'm using. So in score actions, instead of writing this hard coded value, we are going to write the name of this variable. Okay, so I have used this variable. So now if someone is going to change the variable name, now let's say if someone is writing small increment, then what will happen? What will happen now?
Action will not be done.
Yes, exactly. Okay, it will be result into undefined thing. Okay, because that thing is not been defined yet. So if someone wants to fire any action, so we have mentioned this kind of constant, which is the increment. Okay, so this is always a good practice. See, it is not exclusive for the React only. It is not exclusive for React. Whenever you are developing any kind of application, whether it is your server or if it is your client application, it is always recommended. Okay, it is always recommended to go with the variables. Okay, it is never recommended to go with the hard coded value. Okay, so again for this decrement thing, we are going to write the name of this decrement variable. Okay, so now inside this co-reducer also,
Sir,
yes,
can you just repeat the last one?
see
Sir,
instead of
please flow
yes,
of
what?
execution बताओ ना sir वापस
हाँ सर
action
वो टूट गया
and
पूरा मतलब
हाँ
from that which file you created that
action constant file and score
change
action.
value.
See,
Yeah,
first
that
of all,
change value
why I have done this thing? Why
I
it is
mean,
never recommended
to
to go
remove.
with the hard coded value?
Because user if enter
We get
increment
confused.
all letters.
Yes, we have to make sure that the value which is written in the store action should be same as this co-reducer. We have to again cross check both of them. Yes or no?
Yes sir.
So in order to avoid that thing, what we can do is you can just have one constant file. Okay, you can create a file in which we are declaring only just constants. Okay, so we are having this .js file in which I have two constant variables. Why I'm saying these are constants?
Declare it
Not
constant.
going to change value.
We declare it.
I have written this
Constants.
as a const.
Yes, yes.
So
we
that's
cannot
why,
declare it.
yes,
Yes, we cannot
exactly.
declare it.
You cannot declare or cannot reassign a
Yes, sir.
value into them. So instead of writing the hard coded value like increment, I have mentioned the name of the variable which is increment. So that increment variable should be imported from action constants. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. So
Yes,
I have
yes.
so just I have to remove this thing, which is the hard coded value, and instead of that, just write the name of that variable, which is increment. So again, thing is going to be the same. Okay, rest of the things are going to work exactly the same. It will be replaced internally by the value, but instead of writing the value, I have written this kind of message, this kind of variable name. Now again for the decrement, it is never recommended to write this hard coded value. Okay, so if you want to make this application more easy to debug, then you just write this variable name. Okay, so if someone has to use this value again inside another file, then do we need to write this string value as hard coded?
No sir.
No.
What we can do?
In
Increment.
Yes, we can write increment variable name.
Variable
We
name
have to
also.
import this increment. And again, for this decrement, we have to write this variable name as decrement. Okay, so you have to follow this convention regardless of any technology, whether you are developing any Java application, or let's say any Python application or any React application. You have to follow this thing. It is never ever recommended to go with the hard coded values. Okay, you should
Okay.
always go with the variables, and
Excuse
if
me, sir.
possible just make your variable constant. Okay, so that no one can change it.
Excuse me, sir. That part we understood, like increment, decrement, importing it and using it the variable again. But can you start the workflow from a change value file? I just go.
Yes.
Yeah, from that only. Yes, yes.
See, this
Control
file
folder.
I have opened only for your reference, that how your reducer is going to look like. Okay,
We are not using it.
yes, we are not using it. This is some another file. Okay, this is not belonging to our project. Okay, this is our reducer, which is core reducer. I have opened this file from some another project.
Okay, that's why
Okay,
I'm
that part, yes, yes.
finding
that part, yes,
where
got
it is.
understood. Why are they-
You are seeing
I'm
that
also finding
file.
where the file
No,
would
see,
be.
Oh, no, no, no. That
It
file
just
is not
happens.
belonging to our project. Okay.
Okay, okay.
It is similar like score reducer that we are creating.
Yes. This change value is some another thing which is implemented in some another project, which is acting as a score reducer. Okay, so now based on this increment action. Okay, so now based on this increment action, what we have to do?
We have to
Increment.
update
we
state
have to
value.
take an action.
Yes,
State value updated.
Yes.
we have to update this action, but whenever you are defining this reducer function, okay, you can pass any initial value into the state. Okay, so I'm initializing this value by 0, but again I'm writing this hard coded value. It is never recommended. So instead of this, let me create one constant, and I'm naming that constant as initial value, or you can write it as initial state will be equal to 0, and just put that variable initial state. So what will be the plus point of using this? If we want to change the initial value, then you are not supposed to touch this function. Okay, just change the value inside this variable, and that value will be applied into this. Okay, so we have achieved the loose coupling into our application. Okay, so now upon this increment action, we have to add 1 into the current state. Okay, so the state property, the state argument is representing your current state. Okay, so whenever an increment action has been fired, so we just have to return the current state plus 1. Okay, just return the current state plus 1 value. And if you are writing return statement, then there is no need to write the break. Yes or no?
It will
No.
take automatically.
Yes, sir.
to that.
Yes. There is no need to write break. If you are writing break, then this is an unreachable statement. Right? So for this
Next case
decrement
will
also,
be, next case will be unreachable, right?
yes. Next case will not be executed because we are having this return.
Yes, yes.
And whenever return is there, then this means function will be stopped. So we have to return like state minus 1. Okay, so this is going to be your action. So on the increment we are returning state plus 1, and on the decrement we are returning state minus 1. And what if if no action has been fired? So we want to get the current state value. So in the default, just return the current state as it is. So just return the state. Okay, so this is your action, or this is your reducer function. Okay, so you have to create any reducer function just like this. So all of you understood this reducer function?
So please show that action constant file just to us.
Yeah.
Okay. And before that, what was the control flow before action constant?
See, before action constants, instead of this increment variable, you will write what? You will write hard-coded value
Hard-coded increment,
increment.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
it
Yes,
will
sir.
look like this.
Yes, yes.
Inside your favorite file, change value.js.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so now we are done with defining action and the reducer. Now it's time for what?
State.
It's
Store.
time to create a store.
Yes.
Store.
But
Yes.
But if you are having a reducers kind of thing, do you think inside any React application, there is going to be only a single reducer?
No, sir. We
No.
cannot.
No.
There can be
No, sir.
many
Multiple
reducers, right?
multiple reducers.
So what we will do before defining your store, you are required to combine all the reducers. Why this is so? Let me write a point here. Before creating a store, we need to combine all the reducers. Okay, why we are combining all the reducers? Because when we will create when we will create a store, that store need all the reducers. Like suppose if there is a function which is just creating a store. For example, if you want to create a store, then we are getting one function whose name is configure store. Okay, just call this function, and inside this function you have to pass all the reducers. Like if you are having reducers like r1, r2, r3, r4, so instead of passing all the reducers inside this store.js, do one thing, just combine all the reducers into R.
माझा शर्ट
Let's
टाकला का?
say I have combined
या
all the
bathroom मध्ये का?
reducers.
So Niket,
Okay, so I am having all the reducers like R1, R2, R3, and R4. So first of all, I will combine all these reducers into a single reducer like R. So this R reducer will be the combined reducer of R1, R2, R3, and R4. So instead of taking all of these individual reducers into the store.js, we will just carry this R reducer only. Okay, so it is not the rule. Okay, it is just a one way of doing the task. If you want, you can carry all these reducers into the store.js and just mention all the reducers. Like let's say we are having one score reducer and one reducer which we are having, let's say one is the user reducer. Okay, and one is, let's say, admin reducer. So you can just pass all the reducers inside the store.js like in this way. Okay, but if you want, you can also do one thing, that instead of taking all these reducers into the store.js, what we can do, you can just combine all of these reducers. This means just encapsulate all of these reducers into a single root reducer and just pass that root reducer into the configure store. Okay,
And sir, this initialization will be in the store.js file.
which kind of initialization?
This R.
No, no, we will do this thing in reducers folder only, because this
Then,
action, this thing is related to the reducer only. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, then sir, how we will be decide in which reducers we have to declare all this?
See, we always follow this curriculum, like always we will create a root reducer. We will always create a root reducer, and in this root reducer we will combine all of these reducers. So just we will write some amount of code to combine reducers. So combine reducers like score reducer, user reducer, and admin reducer. Assign them into the root reducer, and in store just pass your root reducer just to keep this store.js neat and clean. Okay, just to keep this store.js neat and clean, easy to debug, we are combining all the reducers into this root reducer, and we will carry this root reducer in the store.js. Okay, so this is the thing. Is it clear to all of you?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, so this thing might look new to you. Okay, initially when I have explored this thing also at my end, so initially I was also a bit confused, but I have studied it about inside this official documentation, and I have implemented few applications over this. Then I am very comfortable by working on this redux and root reducer thing. Okay, so these are just a normal things for any JavaScript developer. So if you are having multiple reducers, so just combine all these reducers into a single reducer and just pass that single reducer into the store, so that your store will become neat and clean. Okay, it does not have to deal with each and every kind of different reducer. Just pass your root reducer and you will get your job done. Okay, so how we are going to combine all the reducers? So inside this reducers folder, you can just create a file, like I'm naming that file as index.js. Okay, why I'm naming this file as index.js? Because when we want to import the thing which is inside the index.js, it is not required to write the name of that file onto that import statement. Like for example, inside app.js, let me define a function over here just to show you an example of this. We are having one function whose name is sum, and that function is returning like 4 plus 6. Any value we are returning from this uh, index.js sum function. Okay, and let's export this function. So export function sum. Okay, so I'm exporting this sum function. So now let's say I want to call that sum function into the app.js. So where that sum function is present? Inside index.js file, which is there inside the reducer. So we have to import that sum function from index.js file. Yes or no?
Yes, sir. We have to import.
We have to import this, but that sum function is there in index file, so it is not required to write like reducer slash index. Okay, it is not required, but if you want you can write. But if your file name is index, then you are no longer required to write the name of file. Okay, so that's why I have named this file as index.js, so that we can import this file without writing its name. Okay, this is the predefined functionality for this index file. So in this index file, I want to combine all the reducers. So if we want to combine all the reducers, then we have to call this function whose name is combine reducers. So from where we are getting this function? From this redux dependency. So I have imported this combine reducers and just pass all the reducers. Okay, and then just pass all the reducers inside this combine reducers function. So I have to pass all the reducers, like you can see there is one argument. Okay, there is one argument which is representing the reducers. So you just have to pass the reducers and the combine reducers. So one reducer is we are having with the name which is score reducer. So we have to pass the name of our score reducer. So just pass your score reducer. So if it is not giving the solution, then we have to import that. So import score reducer from which file do we need from dot slash score reducer. Okay, so I have imported this score reducer from this file, which is dot slash score reducer, and we need to pass that score reducer inside the combine reducer. So I have passed this score reducer, and in the same way you are required to pass all the reducers, like if one reducer is there, like user reducer and admin reducer, so you are required to pass all the reducers in this way. Okay, this time I'm having only a single reducer, so that's why I have passed only the single reducer, like score reducer, and just assign it into a single reducer like const, and I'm naming that reducer as root reducer. Okay, so we are getting one reference in the return, and that reference will be containing a single reducer with the combination of these multiple reducers. So this means we are encapsulating all these reducers into a single reducer whose name is root reducer, and just export this thing. So export const root reducer will be like this. And whenever you are having any store, and inside that store just pass your root reducer. Okay, so all the things okay, so all the things are to be managed inside this reducers only. Okay, just combine all the reducers and just mention your root reducer in the store. Now let's see how we are going to create a store. So if you want to create a store, then we have to call one function whose name is configure store. But this configure store function is not present in Redux, and is not present in React Redux also. So if you want to call this configure store function, so let me write one point. If you want to call this configure store, this configure store function is not present in Redux and React Redux. Okay, this function is not present in either of them. So from where we will get this function? So we will get this function from a Redux toolkit. Okay, so we need to require that dependency. So let me show you one thing. You can also search for it on the Google. Like I'm searching for a function whose name is configure store. Okay, I'm having this function which is configure store, which has to be imported from this Redux toolkit. Okay, so this Redux toolkit is having this configure store function. So how we are going to install this Redux toolkit? So if you want to install this Redux toolkit, then you have to write this npm install @redux.js/toolkit. Okay, this will be your installation command. So this function will be used, configure store function will be used to call this function. If you want to call this function whose name is configure store, so this is present inside this package @redux.js/toolkit. So I must write a point that configure store is a part, configure store function is a part of Redux toolkit. Okay, so this is how you need to install this Redux.js toolkit. So just install it, open your VS Code, and just paste this command. Okay, so which is this npm install redux.js/toolkit. Okay, so we have successfully installed this Redux.js toolkit. Now we have to call this function, which is configure store. So just call this function whose name is configure store, which has to be imported from Redux.js/toolkit. Okay, so inside this configure store, we have to pass all the reducers. But instead of all the reducers, what thing we are having? We are having just a root reducer. Okay, so we have to pass all the reducers inside this configure store. Let me show you this thing. Let me show you how to call this function. These are such complex examples. Let me show you one simple implementation of this. Taking us to some another page. Yeah. Hmm. So inside this configure store, see there are some lots of arguments which are being passed as reducer, as in middleware, as a preloaded state. But as of now, we are only having our single root reducer. So just pass your root reducer inside this configure store. Okay, so we just have to pass our root reducer inside this configure store argument. You just have to call this function, which is configure store, and inside this configure store, you just have to pass your reducer. So how we are going to pass the reducer? So if we want to pass any argument inside this configure store, so first of all, I have to pass one reducer. And who is going to be a reducer? Our root reducer. Okay, so you can see from which location I have imported this root reducer. I have imported this root reducer from /reducers. Okay, uh, but there is no need to write the name of that index file. Okay, because that is by default understood. Whenever you are writing only the folder name, you can see this is highlighting that it is pointing to index. So this index file is having root reducer, and from that we are having this kind of reducer. Okay, root reducer, and just assign it into a reference of store. So this is going to be your store. So I have created this store. So just call this function and it will return a reference to your store. Yeah. If you want to create a store, you just have to call this function and you have to import this from redux.js/toolkit. And inside this, you have to pass a JSON object, and that JSON object will have a key reducer, and you have to pass your root reducer. So this is our root reducer, and this root reducer is again containing our combined reducers. So if you haven't implemented this root reducer, then we have to pass an object, and inside this object we have to mention are all the reducers like R1, R2, R3 and R4. Okay, so this will be your thing if you are not having that root reducer. So you have to import R1, R2, R3 reducers above inside the store.js, and you can pass them like this. But if you have combined all the reducers, then you just have to write the name of your root reducer only. And this configure store function will give you the store reference. Okay, it will return the store. So I'm assigning it into a reference like store equal to this. Okay, and if you want to use this store, then you have to export it, because we have to use this store outside this file. Okay, so this is how you are required to create a store. So store will be created like configure store, and inside this you have to pass your root reducer, and inside the root reducer we have combined all the reducers, and that reducer is taking some logical operations based on the action. And if you want to manipulate a state, so first of all you have to dispatch an action, and when that action has been dispatched, your reducer will be executed, and that reducer will manipulate the state from this store. Okay, so this store is manipulating your state. Okay, so that state will be fetched from the store. Okay, so this is your reference of the store. So this is how we are going to implement the action, reducer and the store thing. Now we have to tell this React JS application that as of now we are changing our state management. So right after creating actions, reducers and store, we need to inform React JS that we are going to change the state management. Okay, we are going to change the state management mechanism, because as of now we are by default dealing with the local state of any component. Okay, so if you want to use this Redux, you have to inform React.js about this, that we are going to change our state management. This means we have to change the state provider. Okay, we have to change the state provider. So by default, the state provider is what? Your local component state. But as of now, who is your state provider? Our store is the state provider. Okay, so this means we have to change the store state provider, and in Redux, the state provider will be the store. Okay, so in Redux, the state provider is going to be the store. Okay, so you have to do this kind of thing. In Redux, the state provider will be the store. So how we are going to change the state provider? So in your index.js file, just open your index.js file, which is there inside your src folder. Inside that index.js file, you are required to create one component whose name is provider. Okay, so you have to create one component whose name is provider, and from where we have to import this using React Redux. Okay, so open this provider, close this provider, and put your app component inside the provider. Okay, okay, just put your app component inside the provider, and inside this provider component you have to pass one prop. Okay, and the name of that prop is store. So you have to give the reference of your store into the store prop. So we are having our own store defined in the store.js. So just import the store.js inside index.js, and you can pass the store reference. Okay, so you can say I have imported this store and I have passed my own store into the store prop. Okay, so we are having the store as a prop, and we have passed the prop value as our own store. So we have successfully configured that in our React application, the state provider is going to be our own store. Okay, so this is the thing you have to configure in any React application if you are going to work with the Redux. So how to do this? Open index.js file. Open index.js file. Create provider component. Okay, create provider component, import provider component from which thing? React Redux. Okay, import provider component from this thing, which is the React Redux, and just after it, okay, and just after it we have to pass our own store object into the store prop of the provider component. Okay, so this is the thing. So we have to pass our own store object into the store prop of the provider component. So this provider component will have a prop with name store. Okay, so we are having a provider component with a name. We are having a provider component, and inside that provider component we are having a prop with name store, and we have to pass our own store object into the store prop of the provider component. So this thing I have done over here. So I am having my own provider component, and inside this provider component I'm passing the store prop, and that prop is having value like store object, and this store object is the same which we have imported it from store.js. So I have passed this store object, which is at line number 4 inside index.js uh, in line number 12. Okay, so
Sir,
this is the thing. Yes,
can you repeat this index.js shortly?
yes, there are two index.js file, one inside the src, one inside the reducer. Okay, but that reducer is having index.js file. So you can also rename that file like root reducer.js also. Okay. It is not mandatory that inside that reducer folder, you must have this index.js file. You can give any name to this file. Okay. But the index.js, which is there inside the SRC, it should have a name index.js. You can't rename that. Okay. So what thing we are discussing, we have to change the state provider, because inside if you are working with the React Redux kind of thing, so by default, if you are not using Redux, then who is going to provide the state? Your local state will be there inside the component. Okay, so each and every component is going to have their own state. Now we have to change that we have to change that state mechanism. Okay, so we have to configure inside our index.js file that this time our state provider is going to be changed. So if you want to make a Redux store as your state provider, so in that case, inside your index.js file, you have to write this component which is provider. Okay, you just have to write this component which is provider. This provider component is being imported from React Redux. Okay, and this provider component and this provider component has a prop which is store, and we have passed our own store object into the store prop. So from where we are having this store object? From our own store, which is there inside store.js. Okay, so I am having this store.js file which is containing this store object. So I have passed this store inside this store prop. So I am just configuring inside my React application that this time our state provider is going to be the Redux store. Okay. So if your React application has to fetch any state, so by default, your React application will understand that we have to go to the Redux store in order to fetch any state. Okay. So all of you understood this thing? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This might look somehow new to you, but you have to work with this kind of functionality. Okay, you have to accept this reality. You have to work with this. Okay, you just required to create actions. You just required to create reducer and then store, and you have to create this provider component. So this provider component will specify that we are going to change our state provider. Okay, so our state provider is going to be the store which is there inside the store.js.
So what is that React dot strict mode?
Which thing?
Line number 11.
As of now, just don't look at this. If you want to know about this thing, you can just Google it on the internet. You will see its functionality similar to use strict in JavaScript. If you want to make your JavaScript code more stricter, then in that case, you can write use strict. So this is the implementation of strict mode. That if you want to declare some variable, then you must write like var, let, or const. Okay, so this thing will be implemented by the strict mode. Okay, so this is a predefined component of the React. You don't have to deal with this component directly. You just have to write provider inside the strict mode, react.strict mode. So this react.strict mode is for use strict in JavaScript. Okay. So now,
Hello.
yes,
Sir, we are passing the value from child to parent, right?
no,
Because store we have written that store in our child and provider our parent.
Store is not a child. Store is just a prop of the provider.
No, but that store the value store is equal to the store value we have written
How?
in.
See, is it a child component or is it a prop of your provider component?
Prop.
Store is a state provider.
That is okay, but technically this is what? Store is a component or store is a prop?
Prop.
Yes. And
Yes.
inside this provider, I'm writing this app component. So this means app will become child of the provider, not store.
Yes.
Okay.
Inside.
So this app is a child component, but store is a prop. Why we are considering this store as a child component? This is not a child. This is first.
No, sir. My point is that, sir, now our complete this application, our provider is a parent of all components, right? Provider, right? But in provider, we are passing this store value, this props value from child, right?
From child means what?
From store.js, the JS file.
See, store.js is just a file. It is not a component.
Okay.
Have we defined one class which is extending component, or we are having function component for store?
No.
Why you are considering store as a component, as a child? It is neither a child nor a parent. It is just a store configuration for you. It is just a random JavaScript file. Okay.
Okay.
See, let's again take a brief look over operations, what we have done. So first of all, I have implemented this app.js component in which we are having one h1, which is used to display the value of the score, and we are having two buttons. Okay. And one button is having a value plus and another button is having value minus. And then after this, we have created actions. So after creating action, so how we are defining the action? So we just have to create a function, and that function is returning what? An action object. So we are having two functions. One is increment action and one is the decrement action. And each action function is returning an action object. Now we have just created this reducer, and that reducer is a function, and which is having access to the current state and the current action. So now based on the action type, I'm taking a suitable action. Like if the action which is fired is having a type increment, then just return state +1. If the action is having type decrement, then return state -1. And if no action has been dispatched, so this means someone wants to get only the current state value. Okay. So if someone wants to get the current state value, then just write return state in the default. Okay. So we are just returning the state value. Now, after after defining this core reducer, we have combined our reducer. Yes.
Okay, what is that? Okay, in a just a second. Stored action. What is the type doing? Inside the argument, the second argument is which case?
This action dot type.
Yeah. Okay. Action dot type.
See, your action is an object. Yes or no?
Yes.
That
Type
is
we have
having a
taken from
type
that.
key. Yes. So I'm applying condition on this. So if action dot type is equal to increment, then we have to increment it. And if action dot type is decrement, then we have to return -1. So when we are done with defining the reducer, we have to combine all the reducers. So inside index.js file of the reducers folder, I am just calling this function whose name is combine reducers, and I'm just passing all the reducers inside this as an argument. Okay, so now we are having this root reducer, okay, which we got from this combined reducers. And in the store.js, how we are going to create a store? So this is the way in which we are going to create a store, which is configure store. And inside this configure store, just mention that who is your reducer. So a root reducer is going to be a reducer. And we have to inform our React application about this state provider, that this time our state provider will be this Redux store, which we are having inside this store.js. So just open index.js file, write one provider component, and inside that provider component, you have to pass one prop whose name is store, and write the name of your store property, okay, which we are exporting from the store.js. So is this entire mechanism clear to you all?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. With practice, you will get again a better idea that how these things are actually happening. Initially, you might find it a little bit confusing in order to implement all these things, but this is reality. You have to accept this. Okay, in JavaScript is only such kind of language. Okay, you will find such kind of weird thing, but there is a reason behind all of these things. You have to work in this way. Okay, so this is normal for any person who is just coming from like a Java background and to this JavaScript technology, then they are going to face such kind of difficulties, okay, in order to implement these things. So JavaScript used to behave in the same way. Okay,
Hello,
so
sir.
now, yes.
Sir, is there any provider.js JavaScript file is there present? Can we see the provider.js file?
Let me check if this node modules is having that implementation or not. Yes, there is provider.d.ts. See, this TypeScript has been written for this provider component. So basically, this provider is a component, okay, which is being provided by this React Redux. Okay, so you can see inside this Redux, React Redux, there is one file which is provider.d.ts and provider.js. We can see there is one provider function written over here,
Yes, yes.
okay, which is doing internally things for you.
Okay.
Yes,
Sir,
Emil?
sir, this Redux implementation, how we are going to implement in that weather?
Yes, we are going to see that. First of all, let's integrate this into our plus and minus button. Okay. So now inside this app component, we are having the plus button and minus button. So do you think that now if someone is going to click this plus button, that action will be dispatched by its own?
No, we have to.
No, right?
No.
So we have to handle the click event of it. Okay. So on the click event of this plus button, do we need to access directly the reducer function? Do we need to call this reducer by ourselves on this plus button click?
No, sir.
No,
The
sir.
action.
Yes.
No.
We have to dispatch an action. So on any event, we have to dispatch an action. Okay, so let's see that how we are going to dispatch an action. So for that purpose, first of all, let's handle the on click event. So for this on click event, I'm defining one function like handle increment click. Okay, this is going to be your callback function, and just pass that reference like handle increment click. And again, we need this thing which is on click on this minus button. So const handle decrement click. Okay, so handle decrement click will be equal to such kind of callback function. Okay, and just pass a reference to handle decrement click. So handle decrement click, I have passed this reference. Now from this function, which is handle, okay, and from this handle decrement click, again we have to dispatch an action. So if you want to dispatch any action, so you would have to use one hook, okay, so whose name is use dispatch, which is again provided by this React Redux. So you have to use this hook whose name is use dispatch. So why we are going to use this use dispatch? See, a hook to access the Redux dispatch function. Let me write a point. So on any event, we have to dispatch an action, and to dispatch the action, we need a dispatch function, okay, provided by React Redux. Okay. So to dispatch the action, we need the dispatch function, which is being provided by the React Redux. So to have that dispatch function, we need
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, Nan.
Sorry, I think I'm screen share.
I think I have some internet problem. Let me share my screen again. Okay, is my screen visible now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we are discussing about the dispatching about any action. So on any event, we have to dispatch an action. And if we want to dispatch any action, okay, we need this dispatch function, which is provided by the React Redux. And if we want to have this dispatch function into any React component, then you are about to use this hook, whose name is use dispatch. Okay, so you have to follow this thing as it is. Okay, so these are the operations which you need to remember in order to work with Redux. So in any component, if you want to make use of dispatch function, which is provided by the React Redux, then you have to use this hook whose name is use dispatch. So just write this use dispatch, and from where we have imported this from the React Redux. And in return, you will have a reference to that dispatch function. Okay, so in return, you will have a reference to the dispatch function, which is used to dispatch any action. So from this handle increment click, okay, so from this handle increment click function, we have to call this dispatch function, and inside dispatch, so this dispatch function will take an action object. Okay, so inside this dispatch function, we have to pass an action object. So now just answer me where we are having that action object. Yes, where we are having that action object.
Or
That
Core
constant.
action.
Action object.
Action.
Score actions.
Core action.
See, who is your action object? This decrement is your action object, or this whole JSON is your action object?
JSON.
JSON.
Yes, exactly. So we need this JSON object to be dispatched. Okay, So who is going to return this object for us?
Increment action.
Increment action.
So just call that function whose name is increment action. So this increment action will return an action object, like I'm assigning it into obj, and just pass your obj into the dispatch. So whatever be the object of whatever be the object we are getting, so that object will be passed into the dispatch, and this dispatch function will dispatch that particular action only. And when that action has been dispatched, so internally your reducer will be called, and that reducer is going to manipulate your state. Okay, so let me write the variable name as action, and just put the variable name inside the argument. And you can do one thing, that instead of assigning the return value into the action, can we do this thing directly inside the dispatch? I have called this
Yes.
increment action.
Yes.
Sir.
Okay. So whenever someone is going to click that plus button, this dispatch function will be called, and this increment action function will be called. Then it will return the action object, and that particular action will be executed. Okay, and when that action has been dispatched, your reducer will work, and then after it your state will be manipulated. Then in the same way, we again have to call this dispatch on this handle decrement click, and inside this we just have to pass this decrement action function, who is returning an object of the decrement action. Instead of that, you can also pass your hard-coded JSON object, but I have made that thing reusable using these functions: increment action and decrement action. Okay, so now let's have a short break, and we will see that how to read the value from the state which is there inside the store. Okay.
Sir,
Yes.
again I have a problem, sir, from yesterday.
Okay. Shall we resolve that doubt after the break?
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
The same problem, sir. That React,
Which problem?
the output is not showing on the server.
Okay. So we will see it after the break. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I'm sharing my screen. Okay. So is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So before break, we are just dispatching our actions. So what we have seen so far is that in order to dispatch any action, we need the dispatch function from the React Redux. And if you want to get that dispatch function, you have to call a hook whose name is use dispatch. You can see according to its definition what thing we are having: a hook to access the Redux dispatch function. Okay, so if you want to dispatch any action, you have to call this dispatch function, and when this dispatch function is being called, you have to pass an action object into the argument. So let me write this point for you. So dispatch function will take an action object as argument. Okay, so this is the mechanism. So dispatch function will take an action object as the argument. So you have to call this dispatch function. Okay, you have to call this dispatch function, and inside this dispatch function you have to pass your action object. Okay, but again it is never recommended to pass this kind of a hard coded object. So we would like to call a function which we have defined in score actions.js, which is increment action, and one maybe your decrement action. So increment action is a function which is returning an action object. So ultimately, indirectly, we are passing the action object. Okay, so that action will be dispatched. So now this time, is it so that we have to print this 0 as a hard coded value?
No, sir.
No, right? So from where we are about to get this value?
After on click.
We need
From
this
store.
value from the store. Exactly. So if you want to get this value from the store, then again you have to use one hook whose name is use selector. So you have to use this hook whose name is use selector, and inside this use selector, so where you have to from where you have to import this, we have to import this use selector from React Redux, and according to its definition, for what purpose we are using this use selector, you can see a hook to access the Redux stores state. Okay, so if you want to use the store state inside any component, this means if you want to get the state from your store, then you have to use this use selector hook. So let me write a point. To get the state from the store, to get the state from the store, we will use selector hook. Okay, so according to this React's documentation, this hook is to access the Redux stores state. A hook to access the Redux store state. Okay, so this is a hook whose name is use selector. So this hook is used to access the state which is there inside the Redux store. Okay. So what next? Inside this use selector, you have to pass one callback function. Okay, you have to
No.
pass one callback function. Yes. Yes. Is there any doubt? Okay. So just read out the next point. This hook takes a selector function as an argument. Okay, so you can see this hook takes a selector function as an argument. This means you have to pass a callback into the argument. So this use selector function will take a callback function as an argument, and that callback function is being referred as a selector function. Okay, so this use selector function or this hook will take a callback function as argument. Okay, so this hook will take a callback function as argument, and that function is known as selector function. Okay, so that function will give you the value of the state. Okay, so inside that callback function, you just need to take an argument of the state. Okay, so I'm just logging this value on the console, like console.log, and I'm just logging the value of the state thing which we will get inside the argument. Okay, so again, by reading its definition, you can see this hook takes a selector function as an argument. So we have passed a selector function, and you can see that selector function is having one argument inside it. Okay, and that argument is representing your state object. So I have declared one argument inside the state, and I have just logged the state on the console. Okay. So now let's run this application, and let's see the console, that what will happen on the console, that what value we will get when we are logging this state on the console. Let's run this application. Okay, so now let's open the inspect and just visit the console area. So you can see we are getting one object, and just expand that object. So which thing we are getting? We are getting the access to the Redux store, okay, which is having a key which is core reducer. So are you able to recognize this thing? What actually we are getting? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that state object is a reference to your store object. Okay, so that state is a reference to your store, and you can see on that store object we are having this core reducer. So this means if state is an object, and if we want to get the core reducer key, then what we have to do? So we just have to write state dot score reducer. Okay, so state dot score reducer. Now let's again see that. So you can see we are having a value which is 0. Okay, so again this means your reducer is executing. So which action is dispatching initially? Is there any action which we have dispatched at the page load?
No.
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 So then this means our reducer is executing which case?
Default.
Yes. So at the initial page load, our reducer is executing this default case, which is returning the initial state value, which is 0. So this means we need to return, we need to return this value, which is core reducer value from this function. So if you want to return that thing, then just remove this console.log, okay, from here, and just write a return statement like return and state dot score reducer. So you are getting the reference to your store, and then store dot score reducer, and just assign this into a reference like const uh, current score is equal to this. Okay, so I have assigned this into a variable with name current score, and instead of the 0, let's try to print the value of the current score. So this time also we are getting the value 0, and now I'm going to click this plus. Now what happened? What happened internally?
Increment. Action
Plus
performed.
On the plus button click, we are executing this function, handle increment click, which is dispatching an action. And on that action, a reducer is being executing, and this case is being executed by the switch, and we are having the state plus 1 value in return. Now, again, we are clicking this. See, you are getting the value updated in the store. And again, when I'm clicking this minus, so score is being reducing. Okay. So all of you understood this mechanism of Redux?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just 1 minute. 1 minute.
अरे 6 नंबरला स्टेट कसं काय ऍक्सेस झालं रे लोकल पॅरामीटर
Same question.
इथे तर आपण स्टोअर पण एक्सपोर्ट इम्पोर्ट नाही केला आहे तरी पण तो 6 नंबरला स्टेट घेतोय
Okay, this is how we have implemented the Redux functionality into a basic application. So we are having two actions. One is increment and one is the decrement. Okay. So is there any doubt?
Hello, sir.
Sir, in line number
yeah.
Sir, line number 6.
Yes.
Sir, we are accessing that state value.
Yes.
That state as a local parameter, but in this app.js we didn't define that state.
Yes, this is an argument which we have taken inside this callback function, and we just answered this thing that we need to call this function by ourselves. Do we need to call this function by ourselves? What we are doing, we are just passing this function or we are calling this function?
No.
We are passing.
Yes, we are passing this function. Okay, we are not required to call this function by ourselves. Okay, this function will be called automatically by this use selector, and this use selector will assign your entire store into this argument, and this argument will be your store object, and on that store object I have taken this core reducer and I have returned this value. See, inside this score reducer, let me show you that store.js. So that store.js is having your root reducer, and that root reducer is having your score reducer. So ultimately your store is having an access to this score reducer. Okay, so on this app.js you just need to use this use selector, pass a callback. That callback will contain a current state, and onto that current state just fetch a key with the name score reducer. Okay, and it will return the value. So I am writing one return statement just to return that score reducer value which we are getting from this score reducer. We haven't executed or we haven't called that score reducer function. Okay, we haven't called this function by ourselves. Okay, it is automatically invoking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello, sir. If we have more than one score reducer functions like the core functions, we have more than one. then how this use dispatch will identify
Yeah,
which
see,
one has.
if you are having, let's say, one more reducer, that is, for example, user reducer you are having. So the state is going to print multiple things for you. This means as of now, we are having this object with the key score reducer, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
So in that same way, you will get some more keys like user reducer or admin reducer. So if you want to get some data from the user reducer, then object dot user reducer, then object dot admin reducer. We will do such kind of things. Okay, so this is how we are going to recognize that which state we want to fetch. As of now, we are having this state with the key score reducer. So that's why I'm writing this state dot score reducer. Is it clear?
Roll down.
Yes.
Roll down.
Okay, so on this button click of plus and minus, we are just executing these callback functions, which is one handle increment click and handle decrement click. Okay, so now let's proceed ahead and now let's implement this Redux implementation into our weather application. Okay, and you will have to implement this thing into news application. Okay, by just taking a reference of that weather application. Okay. Okay, so let me close this thing.
Sir, can you show
Yes.
that action constant file?
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Okay. Just exporting.
So let me do one thing. I will give you a link. So visit that article, read that complete article. Then you will get an idea that how we are going to implement Redux thing just to call any API. Okay. So React Redux Axios get example. Yes. Let me just first check if they are having that implementation which we need or not. Yes, they are having this kind of JSON data and okay, this is our article component. Okay. Yes, so inside this they are calling use effect and get as we are doing earlier. Yes, using Redux. See, they are not having that kind of implementation which we need. Let me check this article. Tutorial on this tutorial they are working. Like they are having their own APIs on the server. Okay, then they are just getting all the tutorials, and they are getting tutorials by ID. And let me show you that is this thing. Yeah, we are having, yes, they are having its implementation. Yeah. So I can give you this link. You can visit this link. I'm giving you it in text file just after this class, not as of now. Okay. So you can have a look at this article just after the completion of the class. You will have a better idea that how we can use this Redux library in order to make a GET request. So let me have that application, and we are having that application in 29 October. Right, this is our weather application. Okay. So now I'm going to modify the source code of this weather application to that React Redux implementation. So I'm just copying this and just paste it inside 1st November. So we are going to modify it. Oh, it will take a lot more time because we are having node modules. Let's create a folder weather app and let's paste all the files. Instead of this node modules, I will take the entire code as it is. Okay, so now let's open this weather app in VS Code, and we will install all the required dependencies. And we will modify its source code to become compatible with the React Redux. So in order to run this application, we need the node modules. So first of all, just hit command npm install. Okay. So it will install all the required dependencies which were there inside the package.json. Okay, so now let's run this application npm start, and let's check if everything is working fine or not. Yes, so this application is working fine. Initially, we are able to see the weather condition of Delhi. Let me check. I'm entering the city name as Mumbai, and let's click on fetch weather condition. So yes, we are having weather condition of Mumbai also. Right. So as of now, we have to change its mechanism to the React Redux thing. Okay. So for that purpose, which things do we need? We need action, we need reducer, and we need a store. Okay. So now inside this SRC, let's create a folder, and I'm naming that folder as actions. And we need one more folder inside the SRC, that is going to be the reducers. So one will be the reducers, and again inside SRC we need a file that will be store.js. Okay, so we are having these amount of things, actions. One is reducers and one is the store. Okay, and now let's see that how we are going to integrate the Redux with it. So if you visit this website, they are having their folder structure. You can see they have created actions, they have created components, they have created reducers. Yes, one more thing is there. They have created the services. Okay, so this service layer belongs to your API call. Okay, because they haven't implemented, they haven't defined that API call function inside directly their component file. Okay, so instead of that component, they have created that function into the services folder. Which function I am talking about? Let me show you. Let me open that weather.js. See, I'm talking about this function, which is fetch weather function. Okay, so this fetch weather function is making a network request. Okay, so it is always a good practice to place all those functions which are just making a network request into a separate layer. Okay, so if we want to call any API, okay, it is always recommended to go with a separate layer. You can call that API into a separate file, separate folder, and just import that folder or file into your component. Okay, it is always better to go with that approach. So let me convert my application in that approach, and then after only we will proceed ahead. Okay, so why we are doing this thing? Because we want to separate our entire logic. Okay, it is always a good practice to have a separation between different kind of code. This means your component should only contain the code related to that component only. Okay, if there is some network request, then you have to write all those network requests into a separate file. Okay, if there is some business logic related to your component, like for example, if any component is in need of calculating the factorial. Okay, let's say there are three components: component A, component B, and component C. There are three components. In every component, we need one functionality of calculating the factorial. Okay, so is it going to be a good practice to define factorial function in all these three components?
No, sir.
No. Then what we have to do?
They have to make separate.
Yes, you just create a separate file, and
Separate.
inside that file just define that function and import that function from that file. Okay, so in that same way, this API call should be there in a separate file, because there may be a chance that we need to call this API. Okay, there may be a chance that we need to call this API from any other component also. So for that purpose, uh, in this src folder, I'm going to create a folder that is services. Okay, so the services folder will represent your business logic, will contain your entire business logic, and uh, all the network request which you want to send. Okay, so I'm creating one file inside the services folder, and I'm naming this file as weather service.js. Okay, so I'm creating a file with name weather service.js. And if you are having lots of functions that are sending the network request, like in order to get the current weather or to get the weather forecast, you will call multiple APIs. So you are requested to define all those functions inside the service and call these functions into the components. Okay, just to have a separation of concerns. Like if someone want to debug the network request code, then that person should only have to deal with the service layer. If there is something which is happening which is not happening inside the component, then we have to debug the component only. Okay, that's why I'm having the logical separation between the API call and our component. Okay, so in this weather service.js, let's define one function, export function. This is not a component. This is going to be a normal function, which we are going to call. So export function, and the name of function which I'm giving is fetch weather. And we need to take the name of city as input, and we need to make a network request like axios dot get. So this means we are separating our API call concern from that component file, and just place your URL. Just place this URL into this axios.get. So just mention your URL into this. So this axios.get function will return a promise. And do we need to change the state from this service layer only? Do you think that we need to assign the state from this service function?
No, sir, we can call this function in that
Yes,
call.
we have to call this function from the component, and we have to get the data into that component, and we will assign that data into the state. Okay, we are not going to change that state in this service layer because we are making this function reusable. Okay, why reusable? Because there may be a case where some another component also wants to fetch the current weather. Okay, so in order to make this code reusable, I have defined this function. So now just to return the promise, which is we are getting from this get function. And now instead of defining this function, okay, so instead of defining this function here, what I will do is inside this component did mount. Okay, inside this component did mount, I will call this function from this service layer. Okay, so we have to import this function, right? I have imported this fetch weather from the weather service, and this fetch weather function will take, just a second. Yeah, so in this fetch weather, we have to pass the name of the city. So initially we have to fetch weather of Delhi. And again, this function is returning a promise. Just write one await keyword and write const response will be equal to this, because we are returning the promise as it is from this fetch weather function. Okay, so just assign a response and just set the state like this dot set state, and this dot set state will be assigned into the weather, like weather should be the response dot data. Okay, it should be like that. But if you want, you can also write the try and catch. Okay, just write the try catch. Okay, so if there is any error, so we can log that error on the console. Okay, so just log that error on the console. And now at the time of form submission also, we are not required to call this dot fetch weather, because this time we have separated that code. So call this service function fetch weather. Inside this pass this dot state dot city. Again it will return a promise, so just write one await keyword and assign a response, and just set your state. So this dot set state, and inside this dot set state, just call this weather property and assign response dot data. But also you can make this amount of code reusable, because we are just rewriting these two lines. Okay, One is the line number 36 and line number 37. Okay, we are rewriting this code. So if you want to reuse this, then you can definitely create your own function and make this code reusable. But as of now, I have just done this thing. So now let's open that application. Again, some problem has been there. Now let's inspect it. Yes, we are having this object. Let me refresh it. Yes, we are assigning the state. Then it UI should be re-rendered. As such, there is no error, and what thing we are assigning into the state? Okay, yes, we are assigning response dot data earlier. So let me do one thing. Let me log this value on the console. Like we need to write response dot data. If there is no error, then this means we must get the data. Yes, we are having this location object. Yes, we are getting the data of Delhi. Yes, the data is arriving inside our component, but what is this dot state is having a key weather. Oh, I haven't set is fetched to true. That's why it is happening. So we have to set is fetched to true. Okay, that's the issue. Then again, while fetching the data, we have to set is fetched to true. So at this moment, we are having the data successfully fetched from a server. Yeah. Okay. See, this API call has been transferred to that service layer, and that service layer is giving us the response. Okay. Now I'm entering the city name like Manali and click on this, and you are able to see the data of city Manali. Okay. So now, what we have to change? As of now, we are assigning the data of the current weather into the local state of this component. But instead of this, we need to assign that data into the Redux store. Okay. So for that purpose, I have created this actions folder, reducers folder, and the store.js. So first of all, let's create an action. So inside that actions folder, what thing do we need? Let me open that documentation. So before starting the Redux implementation, so have we all understood that why I have created this service layer?
Yes.
Okay, so this is just to separate our concerns. If you want to debug your network request, then you don't have to look at your component, just go into the service layer. Okay, so in any application, there may be hundreds of network requests. So all the network requests should be placed inside the service layer so that we can debug it separately and we can call these functions directly from our component. Okay. So now let's begin with the implementation of the action now. So before writing the action, what thing we need? Action constant. So let me create a folder with the name constants because there may be multiple constants into our application. So I'm creating one folder with the name constants, and that folder constants will have a file like action constants.js. Okay, and let's export some constant like export const, and our one constant for action will be like fetch weather, and we can write its value like fetch current weather. what kind of weather we need, fetch current weather, and we should write the name and synchronization like fetch current weather, because there may be a case where we want to forecast, where we want to fetch the future weather like weather forecasting. So there may be multiple actions. So this time I need only a single action, which is fetch current weather. Okay, and this is its value, fetch current weather. Now we have to call that service function. Now just try to answer it. Try to think of this fact. As of now, we are calling this fetch weather function directly inside the component. Okay. Yes or no? We are calling service function directly inside component. Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So where we are getting that response? In component itself.
Yes.
So do you think if we are having redux functionality, we have to call this function inside the component only? If you are implementing redux, then do you think we have to call this function directly inside component?
No.
Why?
We can call it in weather service.
Service will be called inside the service.
No, in component did mount, we store the state value locally.
Yes. If you are calling that service function inside component did mount, this means you are storing that data into the local state of your component. But
Yes.
if you are using redux, then where we need to store that data?
Store.
Yes, into the redux store. So do you think as of now, if we are implementing redux, we will call this service function into the component?
No, sir.
No, exactly. We will not call this service function into the component. If you are still calling this service function into the component, then again you are assigning that data into the local state of that component only. Okay, so where we will call this service function inside our action. Okay, so if you want to fetch any data using that redux implementation, so in the name of action, you don't need only just a action object. Okay, you have to create a function. Let me write a point. You have to understand one mechanism that in redux, if there is an action which needs to call a service function, or which needs to call a service function, or which needs to call an API to get some data. Okay, so in redux, if there is an action which needs to call a service function or an API to get some data, then we will not only return the action object. Okay, we will not only return the action object from the action function. Okay, so instead of that action object, we have to return a function that is action creator function. Okay, just try to understand this thing as it is. Okay, you have to follow this step. So instead of returning the action object, we have to return the action creator function. What I'm actually trying to say, let's understand it with an example. See, their actions are being like they are having actions folder, and in this actions folder, they are having one file which is tutorials.js. So in this similar way, we will create an action file. Like I would like to create a file like weather actions.js. Okay, so I have created this file which is weather actions.js. Okay, so now how we are going to create that kind of action. Yeah, see, they have also implemented these type of constants like retrieve tutorials or update tutorial, delete tutorial. Okay, so they have also created this type of constants. Now there comes one thing, one new thing in the picture: actions creator, action creator thing. So this means this is a creator for actions. Okay, so instead of directly returning your action object, we will write one action creator. Okay, so instead of directly returning your action object, what we will have, one action creator function. Okay, so this means this time we are going to import that weather service into the action. Okay, just to make any HTTP request. So this means we are going to import this weather service function whose name is fetch weather inside the weather actions. So let's import that fetch weather from the service. Okay, so I have imported that fetch weather in the actions. Okay, so this thing you have to follow into any real-time application. Okay, whether it is your small scale application or whether it is your large scale application. Okay, you have to perform the same thing. Instead of importing this weather service inside directly your component, okay, we will make use of action. So this action will call this function whose name is fetch weather, and whenever your weather has been successfully fetched, okay, whenever your weather has been fetched, we are going to dispatch an action. Okay, so this means import weather service. This means import service function, import service function, import service function directly from, import this service function directly from, not directly in actions. Okay, import service function directly in actions. So inside action, fetch the data from the API. Okay, inside action, fetch the data from the API, and when data has been fetched, when data has been fetched, just dispatch an action. Okay, so inside the action, fetch the data from the API. So we have to call that service function in the action, and at the same moment we are having data fetched from that API, we will just dispatch an action. Okay, so we are going to dispatch an action then. Just see an example that how we are going to do this. See, they are having one action creator function whose name is retrieve tutorials. Okay, so this action creator function is going to do what? Is going to call the get all function of the service layer, which is fetching all the tutorials data, and after fetching that data, they are dispatching an action whose name is retrieve tutorial. Again, they are having one action creator whose name is update tutorial. There you need to call that update function from the service, and you have to dispatch one action, that is update tutorial. Okay, so this is the way in which you have to define your action. Okay, so instead of writing the action, we will write action creator. So in simple words, So in simple words, we can say that instead of creating an action, we will create action creator. Okay, so you have to do this thing. So in any real-time application, okay, so in any real-time application, if we want to create an action, then don't directly create an action. Instead of creating an action, we will create an action creator, and inside that action creator function, you have to call your service, and that service will give you some data, and when you are ready with your data, just dispatch an action. Okay, so this is the thing which you have to follow. Okay, so we are having this action with the name weather actions. So inside this weather actions.js, what we will do, we will import fetch weather. Okay, import fetch weather function from service and call that function. This means that fetch weather function to get the API data, and just after it dispatch an action which is fetch current weather. Okay, you have to do this thing. So inside weather action, you have to create action creator. Okay, so first of all, what we have to do, create action creator. Let me do one thing, put this import at the first point. Okay, import fetch weather function from the service, then after it create an action creator, or let me write this as define an action creator. Okay, so you have to define an action creator, call that service function. Okay, call service function to get API data and dispatch an action which is fetch current weather. So now they have done the same thing. Okay, so this is their action. So how your retrieve or get operation will look like. So you can see they are having one function with the name retrieve tutorials. So in this same way, okay, so in this same way, we are also going to define one function like const, and I would like to name that function as fetch current weather. Okay, I'm naming this function as fetch current weather, and this is going to be again your anonymous function as your let's say this arrow function. Okay, and from this function, okay, and from this function, you have to return one action creator function. Okay, you have to create a function which I have created. Okay, so I have created this function whose name is fetch current weather, and from this function you have to return another function. Okay, because this outer function is going to behave as your action creator. Okay, so this outer function will be your action creator function. So instead of this means in place of defining that action function, I have this action creator. So let me write this comment, this fetch current weather function will be the action creator. Okay, so this will be your action creator function. This fetch current weather will be your action creator, and from inside this action creator, you need to do what? You have to return another function. Okay, and inside that inner function, you need to call your service and dispatch an action. So this is how your real-time application in React.js will look like. Okay, so you have to define one function inside the action that will return another action function. So this means this outer function is just creating an action. So why we are naming this function as action creator? The name action, the name action creator means that a function that is creating the action. So we have to create an action. So an action will be represented by a function. So for that thing, we have to return a function from this fetch current weather. Okay. So this is the thing which you have to follow as it is. Okay. This is the by default working nature of the Redux action. So you have to create one function, okay, which will be your action creator. And from that action creator function, you need to return a function. Okay. So I'm returning one function from here. Okay. So this outer function is returning this kind of action function. Okay. And instead of writing this return keyword and again writing this body, we can do one thing, that just remove these curly braces. If you want, you can remove these curly braces and just remove this return statement and assign the return value directly inside this arrow function. Okay, we can do this thing also. We have seen in JavaScript basics, like if you are having one arrow function which is returning something, so it is not necessary to write curly braces and return, just directly put your expression. Like for example, if we are writing one function like const sum, that is taking two arguments like x comma y, and instead of writing this return x plus y, what we have done, just remove these curly braces. Okay, remove these curly braces and remove this return keyword and just place your x plus y. But this time I would like to return a whole function. So instead of this x plus y, if you want to return a function, then just pass a function like this. Okay, so whenever you will call this sum function, you will get another function in return. Okay, so this is how your action creator will look like in any real-time application. Okay, so this is your action creator, which function, this fetch current weather is your action creator, and every action creator function is going to return a function from it. Okay, and you need to write the entire logic inside this inner function. Okay, so inside this inner function, I'm opening one try and catch block, and if there is any error, just log that error onto the console. Okay, you have to follow this thing. Okay, just log that error on the console. Now I know that you might initially find it a little bit weird or difficult to implement, but you have to work with this thing. Okay, in any real-time application, if you open their source code, you will get to see such kind of things. Okay, so fetch current weather is your action creator, and it will return your inner function, and automatically your inner function will have an access to the Redux dispatch function. This is the mechanism which is being already present inside your Redux. Okay, so let me write this point also inside the text file. Okay, so in our example, fetch current weather function will be the action creator, and the action creator means that a function that is creating the action. Okay, so this means we will have one outer function that is returning one inner function. Okay, so we will have one outer function that is returning one inner function, and that inner function will automatically have, okay, and that inner function will automatically have access to the Redux dispatch function. Okay, so that inner function will automatically have access to the Redux dispatch function. So how that inner function will have an access? So you just have to pass one argument like dispatch. Okay, you just have to declare one argument with the name dispatch, and this argument will refer to the Redux dispatch function, which is used to dispatch an action. So now inside this thing, so inside this try, we have to call this fetch weather. Okay, so initially for which city we need to fetch the weather. So initially we want to fetch the weather of Delhi. Okay, so I'm writing this hard coded value as of now. Okay, so we want to fetch weather of Delhi. So I have called this function fetch weather, and just write await keyword. And if you are writing await, then just put one async keyword. Okay, so I have applied this async keyword, and just assign this into a reference like const response is equal to this. Okay, so I'm writing this all the things inside this inner function, and we are returning that inner function from that action creator whose name is fetch current weather. You have to follow this thing as it is. Okay, you have to nest one function into the outer function. You must have an outer function that is going to return an inner function, so that outer function will be known as action creator, and that inner function will represent your entire action. Okay.
Sir, can you just show the notepad?
Hello, sir.
Is what? Yes.
Notepad.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
But sir, in previous example, we in the action we return the one JSON object.
Yes, we return only JSON object because that action is being only updating the state value only. Okay, but for this application, for an action, we need to fetch the API data.
Yes,
Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. When we are having that API data, at that same moment, we want to dispatch an action that is fetch current weather. Okay, so this is the thing which is the difference between your previous application and this weather application. In previous application, there is a static state. Okay, we are having a state which is local to our application. That state is being maintained by our application only. But this time, to get that data into the state, we need to call that API. Okay, we need to send a network request. So that's why we are doing such kind of functionality, and this functionality has been introduced by Redux only. Okay, I'm not defining my own logic. Okay, I'm just using that Redux functionality step by step, right? So if you are having some action that is dependent on some API call, or some that means if you are having an action that is fetching some data, or let's say making a network request specifically, then you have to do this kind of functionality. Okay, so you have to go with action creator. In that example also we can go with action creator, but that operation doesn't need to call an API, so we are not in need to define this kind of functionality. Okay, so in order to make an action that is making a network request, so we have to do this kind of thing. Okay, so const response I have assigned into a variable, and we just now this time we are ready with the response. Now we have to dispatch an action. So already we are having we are having this reference of the dispatch function. So just call this dispatch function, and inside this dispatch function, you need to pass an action object. So I'm passing one action object with type, and I would like to write type as fetch current weather. Okay. Earlier, we are dispatching an action from the component itself. Okay, but this time I'm fetching, oh sorry, I'm dispatching that action from the actions file itself. Okay, so that action object is containing one type, which is fetch current weather. Okay, and you can also assign any key value pair, like I'm assigning a key like weather data. So weather data will be like response dot data. So this time our action object is containing one more key. Okay, so one key is the type which is representing the name of that action, and one thing is also there which I have created is the weather data key, which is holding the data which we have received from the API response. Okay, so you have to make such kind of thing. So let me create this JSON object a little bit in a formatted way. Yeah. Okay. So you, after fetching the data from the service layer, you have to dispatch your action and just put that API data into the action object itself. Okay. This is the step you have to follow. You just have to dispatch an action, and after dispatching an action, you need to assign that data into the action object only. And when we will create its reducer, we will write a condition on fetch current weather, and if this action has been dispatched, so we will return this weather data. So this weather data will be stored inside the Redux store. Okay, so this is the thing which you have to do. So this key is being defined by myself only. Okay, this is not a predefined key. I have created this key by myself, but an action object must have this type of key, which is type. Okay, so an action object must have a type key, and if you want, you can keep some another keys also. So I'm having one key with the name weather data, which is my own custom key, which I have defined. So why I have assigned that data into the action object, because whenever an action has been dispatched, we know that reducer will be executed. So we need to give that data to the reducer. So we are having that API data in the action. So we need to give that data to the reducer, and that reducer will give that data to the store. Okay, so we are passing that data uh, from the response into the action object, and that action object will give that data to the reducer, and that reducer will return this data to this store. Okay, so that is the thing which we have to understand in order to make a get request using your action.
Sir,
So yes,
which data store will receive?
uh, the data which you will return from a switch case. If you return like action dot weather data, your store will get this key. Like previously we have returned what, state plus one. Remember that thing, return state plus one. So if store will get that data which you are returning from that reducer function. If you return like return hello, your store will get that hello in the state. If you are returning action dot weather data, then this means your weather data will be returned in the store. Okay,
Okay,
so you have to follow this thing. So this article has implemented the same thing. They have fetched the data from the service, they have dispatched this action, and they have assigned that data into the payload key. They have used the key which is payload. Okay, which is the again the data. Okay, and next, for each and every operation, you can see for the update operation also, they have called this service update function, and after the update operation they have just dispatched an action. Okay, and in this similar way they are having all these similar functionality. Okay, now we have to create one reducer. Okay, and that reducer will have what? Access to the that reducer will have access to what thing? A current
The
action
data.
and the stored data. And let's define that reducer, and inside this reducers folder let's create a file, and I would like to name that file as weather reducer.js.
Sir, in previous example, we dispatching our action in app.js, right?
Yes, previous example we are dispatching our action from the app component, from the component also, right? Here also we will dispatch an action, but which action we will dispatch?
Outer
We
function.
will dispatch this exactly. This outer function we will call.
Yes.
Okay. So you can think of that fact as we are defining that handle increment click. We are defining that function in the action itself.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So now let's create one reducer, and that reducer will be created like const weather reducer, and const weather reducer will be a callback function. This means an arrow function. Okay, and that arrow function will have access to the state and access to the action. And you can assign any initial state, like this time I'm assigning a blank object as an initial state. Okay, so this thing we have also implemented in weather.js, like this dot state equal to an empty object, and inside that we have created the weather as an empty object. Okay, so I'm initializing this as a empty object. Now just apply one switch case, and key will be applied to action dot type. Okay, so as of now we are having only a single value of the type, which is fetch current weather. Okay, so in this case, fetch current weather, which thing we need to return? Do we need to return the state or action dot weather data?
Action dot weather.
Exactly, we have to return action dot weather data. Okay, so it will look like this. Okay, so in default case, we would like to return the default state. So just return your default state as it is, okay, which will be your initial state. Okay, so when this action has been dispatched, so we will get our weather data with a JSON populated object. But if at the initial load, we will get this initial blank object. Like in previous case, we are getting the default value as 0 on the initial component load. We are having that value as 0. So in the same way, we are having that initial value as the blank object, as an empty object. So let's export this weather reducer. Okay. So now we have to, in previous example, we have created an index file. Okay, we have created an index file, and that index file is combining all the reducers. So now again, let's combine all the reducers. But before combining all the reducers, we need to install a few things inside this project. One will be, let's say, npm install redux, react redux, and after it, we need to install @redux.js/toolkit, and then place -s. We have installed all these dependencies previously also. So now let's go with this combine reducers. Let's open the package.json and see if yes, Redux JS toolkit is there, and React Redux is there, and Redux is also there. Yeah. So inside this index.js, we have to call this combine reducers, okay, which is there inside the Redux. So you have to call this function whose name is combine reducers, and this combine reducers is going to take an argument, okay, of your all the reducers. So one reducer we are having is that weather reducer. So just import your weather reducer, like import weather reducer, like we have imported that score reducer, right? So import weather reducer from dot slash weather reducer. Okay, now just put the name of your weather reducer and assign a reference into a variable like root reducer will be equal to this, and just export your root reducer. Okay, see, the root reducer is the same, and weather reducer is the same, which we have created in the previous example, but only we have changed mechanism little bit for this action thing. Okay, so now it's time to create a store. So now inside this store.js, we will write that same thing. Okay, so we have to call one function whose name is configure store. Call this configure store and pass one JSON object with a key reducer, and which thing we need? We need a root reducer. So just import your root reducer, and this is going to become your Redux store, and just export this store. Okay, now what will be the next? Now what next?
We need to change that uses of state. Initially, we are using local state, so we need to use that protect.
Yes.
Producer.
So in producer or provider.
Provider.
तुम लोगों की फीलिंग समझ सकता हूँ मैं भी कैसा फील कर रही हूँ. सेम फीलिंग मुझे भी आई थी जब मैंने पहली बार रिडक्स एक्सप्लोर किया था, बट दिस इज अगेन अ नॉर्मल थिंग.
Producer OP.
So you have to write this provider component inside index file. With time, you will become used to with these things. You are only feeling this because this is only the day one of with Redux for your entire life. You are facing it first time. That's why you are feeling that kind of thing. Okay, but once you are implementing this thing into various projects, you will become very familiar with this. Okay, these are just a normal things for any JavaScript developer. Okay, so now inside this provider, we have to assign a prop, which is store, and we need to pass our store reference, which we have to import from our store.js. Okay, so now we have done with defining the store. We are done with defining our reducers also. Now it's time to dispatch that action from our component. So let me show you that how they are dispatching that thing. Let me go to that retrieve tutorial section. Okay, so you have to make use of use dispatch and use selector. Okay, so we have to dispatch which thing? We have to dispatch that action creator function. Okay, so let me go into this thing, which is weather.js. So as of now, our weather.js is what? A class component. Okay. So let me create this as a function component. So in order to create this as a function component, what changes do we need?
Take a hook.
Yes. First of all, we have to change this class to the function.
Function, yes.
I'm just commenting this code and just write one function, export function, because in any real-time application you will see this function component lot more as compared to this class component. So export function weather, and from this we have to return our component. Okay. And let me copy this entire return statement up to this parenthesis. Yeah. Now let's paste this entire HTML into the return. And now uncomment this whole code. Okay. So, oh, I have one return already inside this. Yeah. Now let's uncomment this entire code. Okay, so we are having this HTML return inside the weather component. Do you think that still we are going to use this dot state dot weather kind of thing?
No. No need of this.
Exactly.
Yes.
So first of all, we will make use of the use dispatch. Use dispatch is going to be there, and just assign dispatch reference into it. Okay, let me rename this as dispatch. Okay, so we need one more hook, that is use effect, just to implement that component did mount functionality. Okay, so we are having that use effect imported from this React package. Okay, so now inside this use effect, we have to pass one callback function, and that callback function, and after that callback function, we have to pass an empty array just to execute this use effect only a single time. And inside this use effect, we will dispatch our action. Okay, so let's dispatch our action. So which thing we need to dispatch? This outer function. Okay, so we need to export this outer function, which is fetch current weather. Okay, so just dispatch this fetch current weather. Okay, so whenever your page will be loaded, okay, so whenever your page will be loaded, after the initial render, this action will be dispatched. And initially, when this action will be dispatched, your reducer will be executed and it will return the current state. And if we want to get the current state, then we have to go with this selector whose name is uselector. This is again a hook, and this hook will have, okay, so this hook will have a data uh, from the state, from the store we are having. So let's declare a state, and let's return the value. uh, so first of all, let's write a console.log state over there. Okay, and then at some later point of time, we will also return the value. So as of now, I'm just commenting this, starting from this container right up to this thing. Okay, I'm just commenting this thing. Okay, we will write this thing by just fetching the data. As of now, in this weather function component, we are fetching the weather from the Redux store. Okay, so we are fetching the state and we are just logging the state. Okay, and after the initial render, okay, after the initial render has been done, then this use effect will be called, and this will dispatch an action. So this action creator function will be executed, okay, and it will fetch the weather of Delhi. And again, this action will be dispatched, which is fetch a current weather. Then your reducer will execute this case, and it will return the action dot weather data. So now let's run this application npm start. So as of now, we will be able to see the state which will be logged on the console. Okay. See, we are having our component opened, and now let's go to the inspect. Open the console. See, we are having an object. See, initially, at the initial render, we are having that current state. Do you guys remember from where we are having this empty object? Yes.
Yes.
From where we are having this empty object?
Default state.
Yes.
Default case.
Exactly. Now just look at this object, what we are having. This time, this is containing some data of the location, right? Location Delhi and the current weather of the Delhi. Okay. So we are able to get the data from the state of the Redux. So now inside this, we need to return state dot, which thing we have to return? The weather reducer. So from this arrow function, you have to return state dot weather. Okay. And you have to assign this in a variable, like I'm assigning this into a variable like current weather. Now, if we want to display some data of the current weather, then instead of writing this dot state, okay, so instead of writing this dot state dot weather, you have to replace this thing with what? Current weather dot current dot condition dot icon. Okay, so every time in place of this current weather, you need to write current weather. Okay, you need to write this current weather. All of you got this thing? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we are having this current weather object fetched from the Redux store. Okay, so this current weather will get its data from the Redux store, and we are writing that data into our HTML. Okay, so let's conclude this session. I would request you guys to implement just to uncomment this code and restructure it using function component. Just give it a try, and we will resume this application in the next session. And the next session is going to be our last session. You are getting a big relief. Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
If any component I want the store values, then just use selector is enough for the
Yes,
getting.
yes, exactly. If another component is in need, you just have to call that uselector, and you will get that state.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so now let's end this session, and we will resume this thing in the next. Okay.
Sir,
Hello, sir.
Yes. Yes.
But okay, Mandar, go ahead.
बोल तू बोल माझं मोठं जरा.
Sir, if you want to fetch data from different API, so we need to create different selector, right?
Yes, yes, exactly. You have to create a different service. You have to create one more action for that and one more reducer for that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm ending this
Sir,
session. Yes, yes, yes.
I have the facing same problem from yesterday. That
Okay, just yeah, just share your screen.
yes, sir.
अनइन्स्टॉल कर सगळं.
तेवढंच राहिलं आता.
विकला तरी चालेल लॅपटॉप.
7.5
सर कुठं गेलं ते?
Yeah, why there are two node modules?
One minute, sir.
Yes, yes, yes. Why there are two
Where
node modules?
I'm creating two files, sir, because first file is not getting executed, so I created
See,
another
what
one.
is happening in your project directory? You are having two node modules, you are having two SRCs. What you have done?
I'm creating two files, sir. New app project and my app.
Oh, you have nested your one project into the another. Just close this SRC which is above. Array, you have just mixed up two projects.
Okay. So
You are
that's
having two node modules, two public folder, two SRCs.
yes, sir.
Yes, don't do such thing. Okay, just
Because
have
sir,
a
I'm
single
not
project
getting
only.
output, so I created another one. I think there is problem.
No, if you are creating a separate project, then you have to create it in different as a separate folder, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
One
Okay,
minute.
that's the problem. Yeah.
मंदार तू माय ऍप मध्येच न्यू प्रोजेक्ट तयार केला. आणि न्यू प्रोजेक्ट सेपरेट सेपरेट काही विकून टाक, जाऊ दे अर्ध्या किमतीत.
Just leave this project and try to create a separate single project only, and then implement all the things into that.
Okay, 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 sir. Okay. I will do in lab, sir.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
प्रोड्युसर कुठे आहे?